Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 20 allies. We're going up against 12 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in the lead. Nursing Geek is in second. Darth Torlin is in third. And let's see how this goes. Let's see. Nursing Geek is still in first. Sigma's in second. Darth is in third. Alright, the battle may be coming to an end. Wow, okay, soonish. Because, once this is dead. Nursing Geek maintains the lead. Sigma's in second. Darth is in third. Noodles and Nursing Geek have killed Epics. And the battle is done. We have won. Oh, and I killed an Epic too. Nursing Geek is in first place, 1 kill, 5 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 4 assists. Darth Torlin is in third, 1 kill, 2 assists. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Knights? In Onatikun, Dr. Derp. Oh, we got a new doctor. About a bluer Swede, not there. Fairies, do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope, no reliable battle within this battle. So, Darth Torlin gets gold, Kane gets the fairy. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the boss. Tank again. And let's go here. It is past 8 a.m. Time for me to check in on the shop, where anything at not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k, which means I get a refresh. And that is that. You are now level 3. Hooray. And that's about it. So, half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. Now to check in on the viewer side, where anything at not level 1 is getting purchased. There you are. And I have 4 refresh. There's 2. That's the 3rd. And there's the 4th. Meh, not great, not bad either. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start of the week. I hope you're still energized for the rest of it. Not much to say about mine. Received a game as a birthday present yesterday, so cool. Going to be playing that tonight. Good. It makes sense to play a birthday present game on my birthday. So yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna start the read and correct now to ensure that there's minimal delay. By confirming the microphone is off, turning off. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 88 of Breaking Step. What's wrong? Jekyll asked, turning to stone as Tibbs froze. Tibbs sensed the fog, tried to push further than it reduced it, but this was... Yeah, that doesn't stop. Push past. Well, the thing is, I don't know how to better to say it, because that, like, it's not like there's a limit. It's just that a sense can't push past. Yeah. Tim sensed the fog, tried to push further than it reduced it, but this was different from the one Ganny had filled the third floor with. The fog is back, he whispered, trying to understand what it meant. Are you sure? Don asked. Tip stared at the sorcerer. Can't you sense it? You could before. Don closed his eyes and soon after shook his head. Was that what was different about it? This targeted his sense specifically? What does it mean for the run? Jekyll asked. I think the real question is, why did it return now? Don said. And how we need to deal with it for the run. Jekyll snapped. If Tibbs can't sense anything, we have to change our strategies. I still can. He tried to get a sense of how far he could reach. 2 blocks for sure, maybe 3. It's not as uniform as it was on the 3rd floor. Is that why none of the golem people have magic? Mez asked. The dungeon was keeping it for this? Possibly, Don answered, rubbing his temple. There are too many unknowns. We can keep going, Tibbs said. The doorways have always opened close enough. I'll still be able to sense them. And 2 blocks is enough to prepare for the approaching guards. How about the dogs? Jekyll asked. Can you still sense them? There aren't any now, but I should be able to. They're strong enough, their essence is dense. Just stay on guard for them while we continue. The library was large enough, Tibbs couldn't sense it completely. They passed 2 blocks of houses before reaching the door, and the road. Oh, no, okay. No, it and the building. Oh, they passed 2 blocks of houses before reaching the door, and it continued far past it. What the bleep was I talking about here? I know what I mean, but okay, they passed 2 blocks. Okay. So they walked alongside the road. The building is there. They walked alongside the road for 2 blocks. Okay. They walked along sandy. For 2 blocks before reaching the door. It continued as far past it. Okay, that's a little. Da, 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 da. Colors of darker stone. The double door. All right. Let's see if this works better. If this works well. The library was large enough, Tibbs couldn't sense it completely. They walked along the sandy-colored stone of its wall for 2 blocks of houses before reaching the doors, and it continued as far past it. Columns of darker stone had gone up between the windows, as well as on each side of the double door, up to the 3 stories, and seemed to support the roof. Is it safe to go in? Don asked, grinning the way Jackal did when loot was in sight. There were no essence triggers, and looking over the lock, hinges, and frame did not reveal traps. Neither reassured it. Neither? There's more than lock, hinges, frame. Yeah. Neither would imply. Neither is usually used only for 2 items. It didn't reassure him. With the fog targeting him specifically, he couldn't know what else it kept him from sensing. He had sensed the triggers within the houses, as well as the golem people that had waited in ambush, but was that to let him think his sense wasn't affected that way? Or was it Gani trying... Okay, was that... No, okay, was that because his sense wasn't affected that way? Or was it Gani trying to trick him? He grabbed the door's handle before Don could, glaring at the sorcerer. When he tested with a pull, the door creaked open, and dry, dusty air pushed out. It was enough unlike any of the other buildings that he looked at Don, who sniffed, smiled, and squeezed into the gap, vanishing inside as Jackal ordered him to stay. Tibbs didn't rush in after the sorcerer. Don knew better, and if a trap caught him, he could wait until Tibbs made sure they weren't others as he made his way to him. The entryway was the size of the inn. The floor was the same sandy stone as outside, but polished until the light stones on the columns supporting the ceiling reflected on it. The walls were close enough to white Tibbs could imagine purity having been applied to the sandy color until it became this. Painting of people lined the 2 walls, demarcating the entryway. Unlike the golem people they had fought, what Tibbs made out of them. Okay, let's quantify this. Faded paintings. Unlike the golem people they had fought, what Tibbs made out of them was lanky and thin. Pale color for the skin and hair. The frame had been painted in gold, which was peeling. He wondered who they were. They'd all figured the short gray skin... They'd all decided the short gray-skinned golem people had been who lived in the city, but there had been the question of why the houses seemed made for regular people. Were they Stowe's creation, and these lanky people who had lived... Were they Stowe's creation? Were they Stowe's creation, these lanky... Oh, okay. They Stowe's creation. Were they Stowe's creation? What about these lanky... these lanky people in paintings? Had they lived here? Who? Instead? If so, Then why had the furniture been pushed down? Um, okay, why was the furniture down to the size of the Golem people? They'd all decided the short, gray-skinned Golem people had been who lived in the city, but there had been the... Okay, this is going to be... But there had been the question of why the houses seemed made for regular people. Were they Stowe's creation? What about these lanky people in the painting? Had they lived here too, instead? If so, then why was the furniture down to the size of the Golem people? Don's yell of joy pulled him out of the puzzle. Why didn't any trap I walked in made me that happy? Jekyll grumbled. Maybe the trap buried him in books, Maz offered as Tibbs followed the footsteps in the dust, clearing it to make sure there weren't traps the sorceress had stepped over. There weren't any by the time Tibbs made it to the opposite archway. He looked over his shoulder at the entryway, more portrait between the windows, each someone lanky. There was a lot of floor that could hide triggers under the dust, but other than stepping off this path to study the paintings, there was no reason to have traps there. Whenever Stowe spoke to him again, Tibbs was going to let him know how little he enjoyed having him play with his nerves like this. He isn't buried, Jekyll grumbled, and Tibbs looked into the large room. Don sat on a table, an open tome in his lap, and more stacked next to him. 3 such tables, devoid of sorcerer and books, were next to it, with enough space for chairs and someone to walk between them. Then, bookshelves filled with books, and he sensed more behind them and going as far as his sense reached ahead of him. And on the balcony above them, as well as on the balcony above them. Above the sorcerer, a glowing orb provided light for him to read by. He looked up, grinning. How many books can you fit in your pouch? Why? Jekyll replied cautiously. Don motioned around them. I need to bring them back to study. What did they say? Tibbs asked, stepping into the sorcerer's step, then pausing as an orb appeared over his head. I don't know, Don replied while Tibbs studied the weave of the orb. It uses the arcanus, but arranged in a way I've never seen before. And there are 2 characters I also don't know. It was light essence, nearly exclusively so, with just a hint of air, maybe to keep it afloat. The filigree were simpler than he expected, and he memorized them as best as he could. This might be something he could only do in the privacy of his room, but not having to bother with candles or willing the essence to remain would make working there easier. If they even say anything, Mez said, and Tibbs realized he'd missed most of what Don had said. They might just be things the dungeon made to mess with you. Sorcerers, I mean. Don raised the tome. Tibbs looking at Tibbs. They aren't woven with essence, but that doesn't mean he didn't make them. The normal armor and clothing don't have essence in them, and we know he made those. The only thing he weaves essence in are those he doesn't want destroyed. Other than by you, Jekyll said. He doesn't want me to destroy them either, Tibbs replied. Don pushed himself off the table and offered the tome to Jekyll, who stepped back, hands raised. Put that in your pouch, the sorcerer said. We're starting with those 2 bookcases. He motioned to the ones on their left and right. If they're arranged the same way as back home, those are the core primer regarding the subjects, plural, contained in the rest of the library, and they will have the ordering scale that makes finding them easier. You have a backpack, the fighter stated. I can't fit all those books in it. Don replied dismissively. Your pouch can hold everything in here, so no, it can't. Jekyll said, glaring at Tibbs. Some people argued for it to have a limit. Supposedly so I wouldn't leave the dungeon with everything not attached to the floor and wall, Mez added, earning himself the fighter's glare. And ceiling, Tibbs said, distracted by something he couldn't quite make out within his sense. It was like the fog had shifted. He suffused himself with darkness, and his vision filled with secrets. Fear made him swallow. Was he back in that realm of secret Kamdar had told him about? Then he realized they had no shape. They were just clouds enveloping the books. All of them. If what he sensed was a secret, then he was lost. Then he was lost among those. Suffusing himself with light didn't help. There were no lies here. Did that mean the books were real? Guys, Mez said, but Don and Jekyll kept arguing about the value of the books here. Guys, be quiet! Tibbs looked at the archer, losing track of his own search. I think I hear something, he said in the following silence. Without the voices, and Tibbs not so focused on his sense, he heard it too. The slow shuffling of approaching steps. He sensed in that direction, but the fog was... Guards? Jekyll whispered, moving next to Tibbs, his skin gray. Those don't sound like boots, Mez whispered behind Tibbs. Does the library have guards? Tibbs asked Don on his other side. Some of them might come in to read, the sorcerer whispered in his answer, but books aren't something thieves usually go after. You think this is a dungeon respecting the theme, like he did with the permit building? Didn't you say this wasn't a dungeon-made building? Mez asked, and Tibbs nodded. That is not to say the dungeon is incapable of making use of an already existing structure, Kamdar whispered, staff in hand. After all, there is essence here as within any ordinary or dungeon-made place. And these are just going to be scholar? Jekyll asked, disappointed. Golem people, Tibbs said, made to look like scholar, but that sounded wrong to his ears. There, Mez whispered, pointing in the darkened distance. Tibbs realized only the 5 of them had orbs of lights over them. The forms he could just make out, stout and wide, were bathed in darkness. How dangerous can scholars be? And why bother hiding? Jekyll asked. And why bother hiding them from his sense? I mean, unless they throw books, the fighter added in the silence, then this will be a dungeon worthy of the abyss. It's worse than that, Don said. Tibbs ignored the certainty in his voice. Whatever etching it was that they used, it's something to the fog around them, made it less something. He didn't have time to come up with a word, but it was clear they were doing it, and abyss. His sense shattered at the realization. They're sorcerers, aren't they? Don asked. I think so. The etching hiding them uses multiple essences. Oh, Jekyll said, all dismissiveness in his voice gone. How many? Too many, Mez replied. By the sound, there could be more than a dozen of them. How strong are they? Don asked. I can't sense them, Tibbs replied, but it wouldn't matter. Golem people aren't like us. I can just tell the kind of essence they use. So they could just be Epsilon? Jekyll asked hopefully. Not on the 4th floor of a dungeon, Mez replied. Don replied as one of the forms became visible at the edge of their light, but on the balcony instead of among those still approaching. Around the tables. Around the tables. What Tibbs made out was the gray skin and compressed form, but their hair was thin and white, and the skin wrinkled. Old, the combination said to him. Another appeared next to it, and they both reached the rail, and this one had a beard so long that as it leaned forward to look at them, it fell over and hung below their floor. Another stepped next to them, as Tibbs caught motion on the other balcony, where 5 stepped onto the edge of their light. And now he could make out enough detail from those among the tables to count heads. They'd been right. 12, which meant there were 1 and 9 sorcerers around them. I really hope they're Epsilon, Mez whispered. We need to leave, Don said, before they can focus on anything. He sent corruption at those among the table. Tibbs channeled lightning. He knew from experience how hard it made thinking, even when it barely caused damage. He sent it at those on the left balcony, leaving it to jump between the golems as he sensed fire essence being etched. He channeled that and pulled on the etching hard, undoing it and adding that essence to his reserve. Don't use the books, Don yelled. They're priceless. Jekyll was throwing those on the table, each hit sending one golem to its back, onto its back, but not keeping them there. The dungeon is going to remake them overnight, the fighter replied, throwing the last one. Tibbs, can you absorb all their etching? He motioned for them to step back toward the archway. Tibbs willed the etching he sensed forming, but the golems were too strong for that. One dropped as a fire arrow exploded in their chest. The next one was doused by water before it reached another. I have to be channeling that element, otherwise I have nowhere to pull the essence into. He channeled lightning and pulled that essence into him before the bolt reached his friend, but with it focused on that, metal and water, in the form of Spike and Ice, were on their way. Darkness intercepted them, but they had enough as they hit that Don staggered and Maz cursed. Might I recommend we make haste, the cleric said through pain-clenched teeth. If we turn our back to them, Jekyll said, they're going to cut us down. Tibbs? He had a moment of annoyance that Jekyll looked to him again for a solution. He made a wall of ice that broke, intercepting the stone, and dissolved more metal Spike with corruption. He could hold them back while his team escaped, and then he would. What he needed was a way to block the sorcerers that didn't leave him behind. He used air to send bookshelves flying at the sorcerer, but only the books cut in the air, and he had no control over how they flew and most hit columns instead of the sorcerer. And Jekyll, break that column. He had no idea if it was going to work. Everyone else, cover us. He ran to the one under the opposite balcony, suffusing himself with earth and making himself as hard and strong as he could. He punched a column and sent chunks flying. Jekyll, he called when he didn't hear the corresponding hit from the fighter's side. A glance over his shoulder showed him the fighter with both hands against the column, pushing essence into it. Tibbs cursed. Of course he didn't have to hit it. There was more to earth than making himself harder and stronger. He pushed essence into the existing cracks within the column and used that to push it apart. The snap of breaking stone came from Jekyll's side first, then the ground shook and stone rained down as his finally broke, exploding instead of just breaking. When he ran for his friends already making their way to the archway, keeping the stone from falling on them. They made it out just ahead of the cloud of stone dust and continued running until they were on the other side of the road. He turned, panting, or a sense ready, lightning crackling between his fingers for any sorcerers who made it out. Then his attention was pulled up in awe and horror as the entire building collapsed in on itself. This wouldn't have happened if you'd just taken the books. Of course it would have, Jekyll replied dismissively. They didn't hear us argue. There was some trap you probably triggered by running in without having Tibbs make sure it was clear. At least I kept you from pulling us any deeper. Like any of it was about keeping us safe, Don snapped. You're just an arrogant fighter scared of anything that might show him better ways of thinking. Jekyll snorted. You say that like there's something wrong with how I think. Will you two stop? Mez yelled and groaned. Tibbs pulled his attention away from the ruin and now breaking and how breaking two columns might have caused it. He cursed and ran to the archer. Keep watch in case they keep watch in case they weren't destroyed. He crouched next to Mez and formed a weave of purity. Sorry, I should have let the building falling keep. I shouldn't have let the building falling keep me from checking on you. I'm not dying, Tibbs. It's fine. Mez had some deep cuts, but while many channels were ruptured, they weren't leaking a lot of essence. He sensed for Dawn and Kumdar while he applied the weave, and while neither of them showed it, their injuries were as severe as the archers. After applying weaves to them also, he joined Jackal in watching the ruins for potential attacks. This isn't my fault, Jackal stated after the long silence. You could stop playing at hating books so hard. I'm not playing. Books are bad. Tibbs rolled his eyes. You don't like books. It doesn't make them bad. I remember this friend of mine, Jekyll said wistfully, who, not so long ago, would run away at the mere mention of learning his letters. Wonder what happened to him. He got over his fear, Tibbs answered, because it was what he had to do to help as many people as he could, so he could help his team. Tibbs faced his friend. You don't have to learn your letters, Jekyll, but you have to stop getting in the way of Dawn when he wants books. They're probably not even real books. Maybe, but that's not what matters. Dawn likes books. If he'd gotten one of them out, he wouldn't be angry right now. Jekyll stared at the remnant of the library, then turned with a huff and headed for the sorcerer. I'm sorry for being an arrogant fighter scared of books. If you want, I'll go in there and get you one. Dawn looked around the fighter, and Tibbs shrugged. He hadn't expected Jackal to do that. He just hoped he wouldn't cause problem next time. It's okay, the sorcerer said. Like Miss said, they'll be back on our next run. He poked the fighter in the chest. But I am filling your pouch with them. Tibbs didn't catch Jackal's grumbled reply. How come the whole building fell? Tibbs asked Dawn. I don't know. Poor structure, Jekyll replied. The columns didn't just support that balcony, but the one above it, and so on. When we broke them, the other columns had to hold more weight, and they failed. The smile grew on his face as they stared at him in silence. What? You think this is the first building I made come crashing down on my head? How about we take a rest? Even if they survive, they probably can't leave the room. But it's not a dungeon-made building, as said, pulling an ale skin from his pack. It didn't stop the dungeon from using it as one, Dawn said, wrapping the wheel of cheese. It also makes more sense of creatures staying within... It also makes more sense that creatures staying within the room is a result of the dungeon wanting us to know what to expect instead of something that's intrinsic to the room. But on the previous floor, Jekyll said, taking the loaf of bread from his pouch, we had to make it through each room to continue. Here, we're wandering about until we find the right building. Tibbs made a platter and tinkered over the ice, and Kumdar placed a chunk of cured meat on it. Tibbs added the dried fruit, and they stacked slices of cheese, meats, and fruits on bread. I think you're wrong about wandering about, Dawn said, swallowing. The dungeon always arranged things so that being smart helps. I think that if we decide to go over the permit building again and any other the dungeon added, we'll find clues as to where the boss room will be located. Jekyll smiled. So what you're saying is that we really should go to the permit building again and collect all that loot. Dawn stared at the fighter, had a shudder, and nodded. Then he muttered, I'm staying in the middle of that carpet. And that concludes Chapter 88 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. if you want to know. If you want to read the story, as well as the other in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We are going up against 21 enemies. And your clock is updated, Blue or Swede. Alrighty. Sigma's in first place. Jam Jam is in second. Disillusionist is in third. And we're done. That was nice and quick. Sigma OS is in first place with 11 assists. Disillusionist is in second place with 9 assists. A Jam Jam is in third with 7 kills. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Right? And oh, Natikun, how about a Dr. Derp? Well, we know Bluer is there to get gold. And the Archer is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Marthroy is getting the Archer. Interesting name. We move on to another very easy battle. Easy battle on the way to the boss. Blah blah. I will English. I promise. Alrighty, and another tank for me. You know what? Let's set ourselves up here. Maybe we can sort of go like here, and something can kill the turret. Alright, I need to clear the quest, and that's all I have to do, so I can focus on my singles after this. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Welcome to the stream, Blue or Swede. If you missed it, I have updated your clock. All right, and I will start the next chapter. And I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'm gonna hydrate first. As I am often forgetting to do that during the read and correct. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 89 of Breaking Step. Tibbs slashed up, and the guard deflected the blow with its shield, losing part of it to the sharpness the filigree of dew added to the metal edge. Wait, what? Losing part of it to the sharpness the filigree of dew added to the edge gave it. Oh, yeah, that works. He jumped back instead of blocking the return in swing, having experienced how much strength they had even when they weren't overhead strikes. As soon as the guard's sword smashed into the ground, Tibbs ducked, sensing Kamdar's swing in his direction. The impact staggered the grease-skinned golem person more than any of Tibbs' strike did, more than he thought the cleric's strength allowed. He'd ask how that was later. Kamdar caught the other guard's sword on his staff, deflected it, and slammed the end into its face, cracking it and leaving wisps of darkness behind. Tibbs spun on a leg before standing and swung at the guard, trying to take advantage of the cleric's turn back. It wasn't as armored, going for speed over strength, and the tip of Tibbs' sword left water in the cuts. The golem didn't seem aware of either the damage or the water. Another reminder that as much as they looked like a form of people, they weren't. When enough crisscrossed its chest, Tibbs sent the etching he'd held at the ready, and once it hit, the water turned to ice, spreading. It continued attacking, also seemingly unaware of that, and Tibbs kept blocking and striking, adding more cuts and more water that immediately iced. When it reached a shoulder, the arm no longer moved properly, but the golem's attacked as if it was fine. The elbow, wrist, and hand, moving, but unable to come close to Tibbs. Another cut and ice spread to a leg, and the golem's attempt to take a step forward resulted in a limp that let Tibbs inflict a long cut on the other leg. Then, turning to help Kamdar, confident this golem wouldn't be a problem. The cleric had kept the two guards from landing blows and had managed a few of his own by the added darkness on them, but more were joining. Tibbs suffused himself with earth and barreled through the newcomers, and the pain in his side as a tooth-lined sword bit into it was yet another reminder that Stoke kept in mind the elements Tibbs was immune to. He blocked the next strike and left shallow cuts on their armor. The spreading ice broke as they moved, letting him showing it couldn't reach their body. But it impeded them sufficiently. He was able to dispatch them. He turned to help Kamdar in time to see the cleric smile and do a pulling motion that felt theatrical, but resulted in shadowed version of the two people golem leaving the bodies, then them crumbling as he absorbed the darkness. "You're teaching me that one," Tibbs said, and Kamdar responded with one of his amused, enigmatic smile. "Okay," Tickle said, resting against a wall. "Other than taking too long, this was fun." "The dungeons found ways of making the golem people more resistant to fire," Mez said. "And corruption," Don added, wincing as he stretched. "He's forcing us to think of new ways to fight," Tibbs said, heading for the sorcerer. He was cut and had one break in his side. I thought you were going to keep back. He applied a weave, keeping his sense on the approaching form. It was moving slowly, so he had time. The sorcerer sighed in relief. The dungeon is adapting to that too. One of them threw a mace at me. Tibbs raised an eyebrow. It was made of something that resisted my corruption enough to do this. Jekyll made a fist, grinning. This always works for me. We're not all as thick-headed as we're not all too thick-headed for our own good, Don replied with some bitterness. He's thick everywhere, Mez said. That's why nothing the dungeon throws at him hurts. I am just that awesome. That's not the word I'd use, Don muttered, which is why I'm the one using it. There's nothing the dungeon can do that will. The growl reverberated around them, and Tibbs smiled, wondering if Stowe knew Jekyll well enough to have expected the statement and timed the response. You do love getting the dungeon to prove you wrong, don't you? Don asked, chuckling while Jackal looked around fearfully. The sounds seemed to come from all around them. It's here. It's there. Tibbs stepped toward the dark alley between two houses. Tibbs, Jekyll warned, if that's where it is, how about we head in the other direction? He stood a dozen paces from the mouth of the alley and crouched, extending a head. The head became visible, slightly higher than Tibbs's at the moment. Abyss, Jekyll exclaimed. Tibbs, move away. The dog's growl intensified, its head locking onto the fighter, and it stepped fully into the light, and Jekyll yelped, stepping back. It was big, Tibbs had to admit. If he stood, its shoulder would reach his stomach, and it had to mass as much as he did, at least. It was beautiful, with its black fur shimmering copper. He wondered if he could bring it out for Serba. Here, boy, he said, reaching into his pouch. The dog's attention snapped to him, and it bared its teeth. Are you hungry? He pulled the jerky out. The growl broke with a whine as it tilted its head. Tibbs, Jekyll warned. I guess he doesn't feed you much, does he? Here, take it. It sniffed the air, then took a tentative step forward. Is it listening to him? Mez asked in dismay. It's okay, Tibbs said. I'm not going to hurt you. It took another slow step. Tibbs, you won't be able to. It stopped and growled at the fighter. Okay, I'm staying out of it. So, Don mused, all dogs hate Jekyll and love Tibbs? It sniffed again and took another hesitating step. This is such a bad idea, Jekyll whispered. With the next step, its nose touched a chunk of jerky and it sneezed, then looked at him with worry. Tibbs didn't move, and it leaned forward and closed its teeth on it. When it pulled, Tibbs kept hold of it. The whine escaped as it looked at him. Stay, Tibbs said, trying to match Serba's less angry way of ordering her dogs. He let go, and the dog continued watching him. It tightened its jaw, and the jerky shattered. He reached for it as it chewed. You're a good dog too, aren't you? His hand pressed against the side of its head. What is he doing? Demanded a deep voice, resounding from all around him. Tibbs tensed in surprise, and the dog whined. I think that's called petting, Stowe answered uncertainly. I know what it's called, the voice replied angrily. How isn't it tearing him apart? Is this another one of the ways you're being soft on these people? I'm not being soft on anyone, Stowe replied defensively. I don't know why he can do that. It's not like I can ask him, is it? Tibbs forced his hand to relax, and he rubbed the dog's neck as it licked the pieces off the ground. Stowe, Kenny said, a voice far more deferential than Tibbs had ever heard her. Where did you take the template for the dogs? They aren't something that died within your range. From that human who patrols with a bunch of them. She spent enough time in the field before the door that I was able to get the sense of how one of them was made. It took a while to make a copy that was able to breathe. I didn't want those to be animated the way the BBs are. I wanted them. Get on with it, the voice demanded. Well, when that one worked the way I wanted it to, I made more, playing around with how they looked, the way I do with golem people. When I set them to roam the floor. How was there another voice? It had to be why Stowe and Ganny didn't want him to talk to them, which meant they didn't know about what he could do. Da, 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 da. Which meant they it had to be why Stowe and Genny didn't want him to talk to them, which meant that this new person didn't know about what he could do. What worried Tibbs was how angry Stowe at Stowe they seemed to be. He wanted to tell them Stowe wasn't soft on anyone. He'd taken a lot of them. He'd eaten a lot of them. But now he was certain Stowe was here. Took another piece of jerky and offered it to the dog when it had licked the ground clean of them. Okay, hopefully this was going to work. Do you guys think there's going to be something to help with the sickness? He asked, rubbing the dog's head as it ate. Does it even know what's going on? Does it even know what's going on? Jekyll asked, and Tibbs winced at directness. What's wrong with the town? Stowe asked. That doesn't concern you, the voice replied sharply. That's where the runners come from, Stowe said. If they're sick, I need to take that into account, and no, you don't. The reply was more snarl than words. Tibbs had to forcefully ignore what his friends were saying in favor of Stowe's conversation. I'm not here to just kill them, Stowe snapped. Genny made that clear when, after some of them nearly killed me and I was lashing out at the rest. You aren't allowed to make a floor any harder than the appropriate runner for it can handle. If they brave it while not at their best, that isn't your responsibility. You've gone there, Stowe insisted. How are they? Are they too weak for my floors? The voice had gone into Craggle Rock? Who weren't they? Wasn't it Tibbs? Wasn't Tibbs the only person who could hear a dungeon? Or at least as far as Ganny knew, as well as Val and Craden. Your floors are perfectly adequate, the voice replied dismissively. Ganny, how long has this been going on? Stowe asked. Weeks, the voice replied, annoyed. Is that a lot? Stowe asked. Time is something Stowe has trouble with, Ganny said, as a huff sounded. It's very much a them thing, and it's never all that important to him. What? What did Ganny mean? Why emphasize it? She'd never really put the runners as the outsiders, plural. The tone implied. In fact, the only time Tibbs had heard her use it was. The voice was them? The them? Ganny kept using to keep Stowe from breaking the rules? The them? Stowe kept scoffing at, that Tibbs thought even Ganny had been doubting they were real the last time she'd brought them up. The them was here, and by the tone, do not push me, Stone Mountain Crevice. Okay, this. My patience is more certainly finite. And comments, they were judging Stowe. Were they the secret he and Cumdar had sensed about the town? The dog whined. Tibbs reached into his pouch, but it was empty. Sorry, boy, I don't have any more. It canted its head as Tibbs stood. I guess this is where we go back to you being a dungeon creature, I guess. Whoa. Okay, so I can remove this. This is where we go back to you being a dungeon creature, I guess. He took careful steps back, not taking his eyes off it. It remained relaxed, but he wasn't sure if that meant anything. He'd seen how Serbo's dog tensed when they were about to attack a criminal. She set them on, but this was a dungeon creature. What is it waiting for? The them demanded. I don't know, Stowe answered, perplexed. Tell it to attack. I can't. It's part of you. I can't, Stowe snapped. It's part of you, the them replied. Everything here does what you want them to. They would, Stowe replied angrily, if someone hadn't forced me to cut all ties to the creatures I made after he caught me in the third floor boss kicking runners around. Now, the creatures are independent. You want me to be able to control some of them? I'm going to have to remake them just like I had to remake the Golem people for this team's run. So I'd have enough. Okay. These are so that there's no comma here. So I'd have enough essence to make that fog you ordered me put on that one so he'd be blinded. Yeah, let me put on that one so he'd be blinded. Thank you, Stowe, for the explanation. Are you going to change the rules on me because you aren't happy with what they cause? Stowe demanded. Is that what rules are? They're here to keep me from doing things you don't want? So, Tibbs asked the dog, what's it going to be? If you don't attack, I'll bring you more jerky on my next run. Is he? The them seem at a loss. Offering a bribe? Can it remember him? Kenny asked. Does it understand him? The them demanded, getting angry. How should I know? Stowe replied, exasperated. You watch what happened just like I did, so you tell me. I didn't give it the ability to understand the words they use, but there's clearly something I don't understand about the animal I made it from, and Ganny, I also don't know that. It's not like the rattlings and buddylings. Those I made with specific instruction on how to imitate how people work. The dogs, I only adjusted enough they could work inside me. I mean, unless one of the runners kills it, I don't have a reason to remake it, so maybe? They are definitely more clever than I thought. The dog slowly turned its head and growled. Hey, I stayed right here, Jekyll protested. It snorted, turned, and ran off. Okay, he demanded. What in the abyss was that? Maybe you're about to get your answer, Stowe said. Dib shrugged. It's a dog? I figured I had nothing to lose by being nice. He wasn't telling them anything if he could help it. You could have lost a hand, Don said. At the very least, that was risky. Dib shrugged again. I was ready to suffuse myself with earth if I had to. I'm not scared of them the way Jekyll is, Mess said, but I think that was almost Jekyll's stupid level. Way more stupid than that, the fighter protested. I know better than to go towards one of those things. Are you sure there wasn't more going on? Don asked. For a time, it looked like you weren't even aware we were talking. Dib smiled. You could say I was listening to the dog. I knew it! Jekyll exclaimed. It's all those essences you have. They let you do stuff to them, like making them like you. He turned and headed the opposite direction the dog had run into. I don't make them do anything, he called after the fighter, then followed him at a leisurely pace, the sorcerer at his side. What were you talking about? The sickness. Your question about if we'd find anything about that could help made me theorize about such a thing. About what such a thing would have to do. And what's that? Well, this is just a theory. I can't know if it would work, since all I have to work from is what I can see of the sickness effect, and even the clerics don't know the cause. It would have to be something that either prevents the drain of life or somehow replenishes it. I don't know if you're aware of it, but Jekyll's man had something that's been keeping the sickness at bay. An heirloom, Don added when Tibbs' eyes widened with fear. I know about it because I helped adjust it, so adjust it to do more than simply slow the sickness. The ring lacks a way to efficiently pull the essence out. The essence to efficient lacks a way to efficiently pull the essence he loses to this lacks a way to efficiently pull the essence from around it to balance what he loses to the sickness. So whatever we find would have to be something that came with its own reserve as well as a faster recharge. Or, and here I'm not even sure if it's possible. I'm not even sure if this is possible, but a way to convert essences around us to the one appropriate to helping the people. Don fell into silent thought. We'd have to be extremely lucky to find such a thing, such an item, he finally said with a defeated sigh. And, as you're fond of reminding us, Tibbs, luck isn't a thing. And that concludes chapter 89 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, as it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And hello, Darth Loverboy. Welcome to the stream. You wrote a story about a gay guy with beard and glasses. Do I always write homosexual fantasies? No. There will always be a gay character in my stories, but not all of them are about that. In fact, well, okay, no, I can't say the majority are not, because I have more that center around a gay relationship, but they're not porn. They're not like I only have one erotic fantasy at this point. Used to write a lot of them, but kind of got lost interest. Like writing sex at this point is not. Oh, wait a minute. Is no longer, what I would call appealing. It's just words on a page. All right. So that is done. I need to deal. this as a PDF. Darth Tarlin is left. Okay. Don't get to ask him the question. Are you about to crash? No. Cool. Hmm. Listen, I have to check why you are problems. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 69 allies. We are going up against 18 enemies. And Nursing Geek takes the lead. Sigma's in second. Sigma takes over first. Nursing Geek takes it back again. Sigma's in second. Styrox is in third. Looks like we may be heading to kill the tower. And yeah, we're ganging up on it. So this may be ending soon. There we go. We're done. Silver killed the tower. Sorry, the power station. Nursing Geek is in first place, 1 kill, 11 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 11 assists, and Styrox is in third with 6 assists. We have gold, smaller and smallest. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about an O Natikun? A Dr. Derp? Well, bluer gets gold. Then we have Paladins. Oh, wait. Please tell me you're in the battle, Nursing Geek. Yes, you are. You get your Paladin. And Shibare gets the last gold. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the boss. Hey, Nasty Birdie, welcome to the stream. Hey, Nursing Geek, welcome to the stream. Alrighty, so I'm on my singles, which means I go all the way here. And I start with a Lancer. And we're going to set up shop here. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. That is done, but I'm not actually done with it. So let's open the next one, which is the World Witches. All right, which means. Alrighty, I am going to start this chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. This is where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 40 of The World Witches. Waking up's harder than it's been in a while. I'm sore from the fighting, figure, until I notice the debuff with the broken bed on it. In it. System query. Improper sleep. Debuff. Physical, mental. You have not slept properly. The reason could be that your bedding was not appropriate, that you were not protected from the environment, or were unable to sleep long enough to be fully rested. You suffer a 13% penalty to all dexterity and intelligence-based skilled. System note. Penalty can only be removed through getting proper sleep, the use of appropriate healing magic, or the use of buffs to counteract the debuff. System note. The debuff is cumulative for each day without proper sleep. It's yellow, which in this case means it isn't all that bad, since there isn't a timer attached to it. But I hope I get to sleep in a bed tonight. Brandon and Ellen look better than I feel as they roll their bedrolls, but Silver seems dazed as she takes her violin out of its case. She plucks the string, adjusting their tension, then plays a quiet melody. Brendan frowns at her, but goes back to getting the fire going again. I'm too out of it myself to question her, until I notice the debuff turning green. By the time it's gone, Brandon has a kettle on the fire, and she switches to something more upbeat. The icon is barely visible, but I still focus on it. System query. Energized. Buff. Physical. You feel energized. You are ready to take on the day. 13% increase to movement speed and physical skill. Silver catches me glancing at her and smiles. When she stops, the icon is yellow with a 4-hour timer counting down. I didn't know bards had these kinds of spells, Brendan says, crushing dried leaves and three plain wooden cups. You'd make one hell of a travel companion. We travel a lot, so all the early spell songs we learn are geared toward making that easier. Brendan's thoughtful as he adds hot water to them. So you can replace lack of sleep? Not yet. My Get Awake song only removes one night's bad sleep, and I can't stack the song. I need it to reach level 13 before I'll do 2 nights, and then it adds then it adds one for each train. But there is a Don't Sleep song, which I don't know yet, and only start having an effect at level 13. It takes away one night per train? Alan asks, when then looks at the steaming cups. Where's mine? I don't know. Brendan replies, wherever you packed it, I'm guessing. She snorts, and a carved wooden cup is in her hand. I don't make out the detail, but I see inlaid metal. Then she has a mortar and pestle in which she places leaves and dried fruits. Brandon rolls his eyes as she mashes them together with an air of indifference. Then she puts the content in her cup and pours water from the kettle over it. I figured you two didn't have cups, Brendan says as he hands us one each. That's something we'll need to remedy. You could have had them get one yesterday, Ellen says innocently. I was kind of busy thinking about getting us out of Toronto without getting caught by the police or Xander's men. I'm surprised it took so much thinking, she replies, considering how often that's how you leave the city. Thank you, I say before he can reply, for the tea. He glares at her sister before looking in my direction. You're welcome. How are you for food? Even with your buff, Silver, I don't want to spend any more time than needed stopped. I have enough jerky for everyone, I say, for a while, too. I stocked up on it before getting to the club. I have a few days' worth of travel cake, she answers. Good. Both things that don't go bad. Good thinking. Finish your tea and we'll get moving. We can eat while we walk. He pauses. Did you think to bring food? You did think to bring food, right, Elle? Why, no, Brendan. I figured that you, as the strong man of the family, was going to insist on providing for poor little me. He rolls his eyes and drinks. I exchange a look with Silver. How quickly is this going to take to get old? It takes us under an hour to walk out of the fields, then it's maybe another one to reach West Road, with a caravan moving along it. I hurry ahead, then call out to them, only to skid to a stop as the closest guard turns, hand on her sword, and doesn't look happy to see me. Hi, I say as she looks beyond me. She looks at the distance separating us, and I raise my hands. Hi, she says, tone cautious. We're heading in the same direction as you. I was wondering if we could travel together. We don't take passengers once we leave the market. I was just thinking of walking next to. I step back as she pulls her sword a few centimeters. I told you, Dennis, Brenda says. Caravans don't let people join them once they leave. Too dangerous. We're not dangerous, I protest. I'm pretty sure every brigand on the road will claim the same thing, he replies. Come on, with the buff we have, we can make better time on our own anyway. He taps his forehead as he nods to her and heads alongside the cart, his pace faster than them. Each guard we encounter looks at us warily with a hand on their sword and one on a pistol. Ellen pulls me when I end up staring at it long enough. The man's expression turns suspicious. It isn't polite to stare, she tells me. I know that, but it's not every day you see a pistol. I mean, the only places I've seen one before are in Base's movie. He has stories about them. They were more prevalent in the early days of the system, but over the years, making them and the bullets became tougher without the machines of before, so they aren't common anymore. We take a break when the buff expires, just long enough to have more tea, then Silver applies it again. And we are, and then we're on the move. We need another one before we reach the rest point and the inn there. This doesn't look good. Brandon grumbles at the carts on the vast expanse of terrain between the inn and the road. Maybe they're staying with their cart, I offer. Some definitely will. But that's 2 caravans worth of carts. You might be stuck sleeping in the barn, Hal. I'm okay with sleeping there, I say so she won't feel pushed out. I'd prefer a bed, Silver says, but I'll take anything that isn't the ground. I look at Brandon and he gives me this bewildered expression in return. Ellen snickers, then laughs. Yes, Brandon. Why don't you also do the gallant thing and make sure we aren't the only ones suffering? I rough it as much as anyone else, he replies, but only when there's no one there for you to sweet talk into sharing their bed with you, right? Yeah, she asks, don't mocking. How about we start by asking the innkeeper? I offer. Maybe we'll get lucky and there's still a room available. Brandon glares at his sister, then turns and heads for the inn. The building is big. I mean, larger than any I've seen, and the construction's all brick. It's 3 stories tall, and the roof isn't wood or clay shingles, it's metal. And I realize the building might be from before the system. If it is, I'm impressed with the work that went into maintaining it. From the story base told me, the buildings back then had a lot of parts that needed machines that no longer exist to be repaired. As soon as Brandon pulls the door open, I can't hear myself think. There's a song going on and a lot of people are singing. Something about going home by the snippet I make out. Silver winces a lot as people go off key more often than not. The room is large. I can barely make out the back wall, but it's so crowded, Brandon has to push people out of the way for us to make it to the counter, where the singing is suddenly a lot quieter. Before you ask, the woman behind the bar says, no, you can't hang out here. This is just for getting service. They should quiet down soon enough. My dear lady, Brennan says, smiling, I had no intention of interfering with your business. Although you are making offering to help. I had no intention of interfering with your business. Although you are making offering to help you highly difficult to resist. She snorts good-naturedly. Buddy, do you have any idea how many try a line like that on me just so they won't have their eardrums burst? He puts his elbows on the counter and leans forward, lowering his voice slightly. Tell me what to do, and I shall. How about I have you scrub the plates? Once we've settled if you have rooms, my companion and I can rent. Once we settle if you have rooms, my companion and I can rent, point me to them. Are you serious? She asked, stunned. My lady, I am a great many things. What I am not is in the habit of disappointing a fine lady such as yourself. He's got himself a room, Ellen mutters, softly annoyed, even if we don't. The woman looks us over, then at Brendan. I can't spare much. Had a runner get here not long before you, letting me know there's another caravan that's going to be here after dark. Then, if it's the barn for us, so be. It's not going to be the barn. I can spare you a room, but it only has 1 bed. There is floor space. I'm okay with the floor, I say. What about it, Elle? Brennan asks. Will you cede the bed to Silver, considering she's responsible for us making it here before the caravan? I'm okay with sharing, Silver hurries to say. Will I even fit? Ellen asks. We get enough tall folks that we have beds for them, the innkeeper answers. It's long enough for you. You'll It'll be 150. My lady, Brandon says, but she has a finger on his lips. That's already contingent on you scrubbing the plates. When the caravan gets here, I'll be able to ask a double that for it. So don't push your luck. He moves the hand away gently and kisses the top of it, as my lady says. I'm surprised it took this long, considering how forward Brandon's been, but she blushes. There is a system exchange between them. Then he leads us to the stairs and up them. From there, I see that the entire ground floor is one room with columns among the tables and that they are all occupied. All right. That doesn't quite work because it implies the columns are occupied. That, you know what? I can't. Columns among tables that are all occupied. All right, cool. I can't imagine more people fitting. I can't imagine fitting in there. The room is at the end of the hall, and, as the innkeeper said, there's plenty of floor space, with only a bed, the length of the wall, the length of the left wall taking some of it. The singing stopped, but the din of conversation makes it through the floor. Okay, Brenda said, slapping his hand together. You get comfortable. I have an appointment with plates. Is it okay if I mingle in the dining room? Silver asked. I'm sure they'll have stories to tell. Brandon considers her, then me. Okay. Just so we're clear, I don't expect you to stay locked in the room. The door will only open for us, so you can come and go as you please. Inns are a safe place, so nothing bad should happen. Don't get careless, because that's not system enforced. Just that people know better than to piss off the rare place where they can get out of the wild. But, okay. Don't get careless, because that's not system enforced. It's just that people know better than to piss off the rare place where they can get out of the wild. But there's still idiots out there. Leave valuables in here, and if you need to leave the inn, let me or Elle know. Otherwise, enjoy the evening. He grins. I certainly will. And that concludes chapter 40 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Railroad. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where you can get access to advanced chapters. We're about 10 chapters ahead. Yeah. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so let's... Oh, right, that would be the system debug. All right, now, why are you giving me problems? I suspect I know why. No, it's not the date. Huh. I'm gonna try it again and see what happens. Okay, what? Okay, now I want to see the logs. Okay, that is weird. course, it's no longer there. Because I'll have to do this one manually. All right. First things first. Step 86, 87. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 53 allies. We are going up against, well, I looked at it too late. So let's see. Silver's in first place. Jessica takes that over. Silver's in second. Miss Conroll. Conroll is in third. Wow, someone is running around pretty quickly. Jessica maintains the first place. Nursing Geek takes over second. Silver is now in third. And we're about to be done. There we go. It is done. Jessica is in first place. 3 kills, 2 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Silver, the Diamond Witch, is in second place. 1 kill, 2 assists, and Nursing Geek, Kevin and Earth are tied in third place with 3 kills each. We have gold twice. Do we have the Lady Rights? Wow, that's very late on the uptake. And oh, Natikun, a Dr. Derp, well, Bluer again gets gold. Archers are not currently claimed by anyone, so a Jam Jam gets archers, Acid Syndicate gets gold. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss. And we are on singles. It is time for my fairy. So we will start here, and in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, so let's bring up Once Broken. I think I'm just going to do 2 chapters of that, even though I have technically space for a third. All right. I forgot to do this. All right. So I am going to start this now by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the right screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 20 of Once Broken. Jacoby enjoyed routine, a leftover from his structured army days, he suspected. He worked on the hover in the morning, exercised, spent a few hours teaching the Somalians at the shooting range, getting in his own practice, then went back to the hover. Other than Rig, he hadn't bothered learning any of their names, since he couldn't talk with them without Rig translating. He kept track of them by fur color. Rig and the fiery-furred female were the best shooters. Their rivalry pushed them to outdo each the other. After them, it was the sand dune male and the chocolate one. The rest were at the point where they wouldn't kill themselves handling their guns, but Jacoby didn't see them being much help in a firefight. Those four were the only ones Jacoby trusted with their guns. He allowed them to keep them powered at all times. Rig invited him to accompany them back to town at the end of each day to relax with a drink. Jacoby declined. Unlike Alex, he had no interest in getting to know them and making the job personal. They were his trainees, nothing more, and they were only part of the job because Alex was making this personal, no matter how much he denied it. Tech seemed to feel the same way, Jacoby thought, not letting any of the Somalians get close to him. The three of them had been here long enough. They were no longer strange, so kids were allowed to wander the field that had become the training grounds. Tech growled, roared, and screamed at them, sending them fleeing when they got too close. He wondered if Alex was right about Tech having an easier time destroying than building. Anytime he lost his temper, he brought the wall down. Then despair hit. But once he regained control, he set right back to work. Only once since the brawl had Tech wondered. Only once since the brawl had Tech wandered back among the fighters. Alex had gone to town with the younger ones, the older fighters staying, almost expecting what was coming. Jacoby had worried he'd witnessed another brawl, but only one Somalian stepped forward, the biggest of them, the one with the most scars. The fight was hard, quick, and vicious. Tech was the one standing when it was over, and he looked surer of himself as he limped back to the temple. The other Somalian had needed help to stand and then walk toward the town. But the tone of their talk, as well as the cheering, spoke of jovialness that made Jacoby shake his head. The guy had just gotten the crap beaten out of him, and they were acting like he was some big hero, like he'd stood on his own and stopped an invading force. Jacoby went back to calibrating the power coupler once they left. He didn't understand aliens, never would, and he was happy for that. Alex, on the other hand, since the brawl, he spent more... You know what? Alex, on the other hand, since the brawl, he spent a lot of time of his time in town. When the kids pestered him, Alex talked with them. He might have been wearing pants all the time, although now they were more shorts to deal with the hotter days. But if he was learning the locals' language, he was going native, and that spelled trouble. Rig was another one who spent a lot of time with Alex. If the Somalian wasn't at the shooting range, he was hanging around Alex, sparring with him, talking. Alex did go back to town with them after training. If you didn't know how devoted to Tech Alex was, Jacoby might think those two were going at it. Not that he cared if they did, but others got to in private was their own business. Although he didn't get what people found attractive in aliens. He got Alex and Tech. For all the fur he had, Tex was basically human. Nice, dependable, loyal. But the locals, they were different. Jacoby didn't get it. He didn't get why Alex wanted to spend time with any of them. Just this morning, a group of kids had raced through the clearing and Alex had left the training to spend time with them. They laughed and pointed at objects. Jacoby couldn't hear them, but he expected they were saying the names. There was an ease in the interaction that told Jacoby it wasn't the first time the kids had done that with Alex. An adult called them back to the temple and they sat outside. Alex with them, listening to the teacher. There too was an ease that said this wasn't the first time it happened. Jacoby couldn't focus on the shooting. He kept glancing at the fighters, at Alex, and how comfortable he was with them. He even seemed to be able to hold conversations now. Alex wasn't growing soft. He had them fight as hard as before, but that ease of being around them bothered Jacoby. Once the training was done, Jacoby called to Alex before he left with the others. Alex joined him by the hover, rig in tow. "Do you mind?" he told the Somalian. "We need to talk." Rig said something in Somalian to Alex before leaving. "You understood that, didn't you?" Jacoby asked, once Rig was far enough. "Some," He's going to pad tier, and he's going to keep a drink. He's going to keep a drink for me. He also said something about getting jealous, but I doubt I got that right. What are you doing, Alex? Jacoby noticed how many of the slots in the charging array were empty. They'd noticed he was distracted and had used that to keep their power packs. I was going to have to talk with them about that. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I asked. What are you doing? Alex, you spend all your time with them. You wear shorts, but I don't see you putting your shirt on. In this heat? Is what you're wearing temperature controlled? None of my stuff is. This gets any warmer and I'm going back to being naked. Alex sounded amused. Jacoby massaged the bridge of his nose. Are you going native on me? Alex raised an eyebrow. How do you go from me dressing for the heat to me going native? Maybe you're the one who needs to take off a few layers. Seems your brain started boiling. My brain's fine. Yes, my clothing's temperature controlled. Considering how comfortable you are around them being naked, can you blame me for wondering? Alex looked at him like there was something wrong. You did say you knew about me and Tristan doing our morning runs naked. You do realize Tristan didn't just do that naked, right? They aren't the first Somalians I've seen without clothes on. I might not be entirely comfortable with how they don't cover up their excitement, but even that I'm used to seeing. The only time Tristan wore something was when we were in town. He's wearing pants now, Jacoby pointed out. Alex rolled his eyes. Yeah, and he's completely out of it. You smell him recently? He hasn't washed since we got here. I'm willing to bet he doesn't even realize he's wearing them. He was naked the entire time we broke him out of the Sayatoga and didn't realize it. That isn't my point. You're spending too much time with them, Alex. You're spending too much time with them. Alex, you're learning their language. And how? Who am I? Who am I to spend my time with? Tristan can't stand having me near him, so the only one left is you, and you'll have to excuse me if I have no interest in listening to you talk about hovers and their parts all day long. I had trouble listening to all that technical stuff Tristan tried to teach me, and I had an incentive to pay attention to him. So what? The only alternative you can think of is spending all your time with Rig? Are you looking for a replacement already? Watch it, Jake. The threat in Alex's tone was clear, but Jacoby ignored it. It's Jacoby. You haven't earned a right to call me that. Then don't even hint I might be looking for another guy again. Or I'm going to make you swallow that rifle you've grown fond of, Jake. Jacoby grit his teeth. This is a job, or so you claim. What are you doing mingling with the client? That's unprofessional. Have you looked around? Who else is there? Unlike you, I don't deal well with being alone, as in people end up dying if I grow restless. Then go on the net. Oh, you fixed the comm system? Jacoby clamps his mouth shut. Of course he'd forgotten about that. Isn't spending all your time around them putting them at risk? What if you lose it while you're in town? Alex rolled his eyes. They keep me distracted. Learning about them gives me something other than my problems to think about. So I don't start obsessing about something I can't control, like you're doing. I'm not... Come on, Jacoby. You want to leave? It's the only thing you think about. It goes beyond wanting to go home at this point. You can't stand being here among them. Are you calling me intolerant? Jacoby wasn't sure if he should laugh or punch him. Well, isn't it true? Jacoby settled for poking Alex in the chest. Listen here. I've worked with more aliens than you've ever seen. Alex grinned. You should look into who I used to hang out with before Tristan, before making that claim. And working with aliens isn't the same as knowing them. I happen to know what it looks like. I happen to know what it looks like when you're seen as something inconsequential, as something rather than someone. You wear that look anytime you look at them. Jacoby's hand was a fist, and he considered punching Alex when he heard yelling. A Somalian was running in their direction, pointing in the distance behind him or her. What are they saying? he asked Alex. Oh, I thought learning the language wasn't something I should be doing. Do you really have time for either of our do we really have time for either of our prides right now? Jacoby replied. Alex grew serious. The gist of what she's saying is that we're about to get someone to hit other than you're about to get someone to hit other than me. Arm up, we have incoming. He ran to the hover. Jacoby placed a hand on the butt of his gun to confirm Termy was there before grabbing the Arlean rifle and walking towards the Somalian woman. Alex joined him, gun belt on and more knives on his harness, and they picked up speed. Alex barked a few Somalian words, and she replied with a quick barrage, falling into step with them. Alex shook his head and said something else. She replied slower this time. The approaching hover is still far. Somalian hearing is almost better than scanners. They're coming from the south. Jacoby oriented himself. The sun traveled west to east, so the south would be. Then they're going to land over there, probably as close to the tree line as they can. Is there any way you can have some of them get there ahead of them? Get there ahead. Take position and wait? No. Alex said something to the woman. Just confirmed it. They never worked out anything complex for the howling. She can send them in that direction, but she can't tell them what to do. Going to have to work on that next. How do you know the layout of the area? The job is protecting them, Jacoby answered. That means knowing the terrain. The terrain I'm going to have to fight over. I happen to think that's better use of my time than socializing. Just what do you think protecting a place this big involves? Just running at the enemy and hoping you can kill them before they shoot you down? Alex shrugged. That was Tristan's side of things. I just run and kill people he points me at. Jacoby glanced at him. We are going to have a talk about that afterward. He smiled as he realized something. You have no idea how lucky you are. What does that mean? I mean, the kids took advantage of my distracted state to keep their power packs. It means everyone with a gun can use it, he sighed. I just hope they didn't drain the packs during practice. Are you telling me you had them walk around with guns that don't work? Alex yelled. Did you expect me to just let them run around armed and deadly? That, Alex said to him, we're going to talk about when we're done here. The town was empty as they ran through it. Jacoby caught sight of people in the buildings through windows and open doors. None of them looked afraid or even worried. They'd simply put themselves out of their way. Reg was standing on the other side of the town, looking at the approaching hover. The hover was visible over the tree. Approaching hover visible over the tree. It looked larger than the previous one. Regerick, Alex called. Where's everyone? Jacoby did his best not to pant when they stopped next to Somalian. Alex and the woman didn't appear winded at all. He needed to get more into running after this. Hiding. Rig indicated the surrounding buildings. Wait for them here. Ambush fighting? Jacoby was impressed. Who taught you that? Not our first fight. You'd know that, Alex said, if you'd bother talking with them. In bad years, the neighboring town will raid each other for food. What neighboring town? Jacoby brought up the rifle and looked at the hover through the sight. There's nothing around here but trees. Yeah, larger, but still a civilian model. As far as he could tell. Some years are really bad. The meaning registered, and Jacoby lowered the rifle to stare at Alex. That's barbaric. Why don't they ask for help from the cities? There has to be some sort of system in place to keep them from attacking each other. Alex indicated the hover, landing by the tree line. You're calling Somalians barbaric when it's the corporation sending in people to kill their food source? You realize that Leisure Tech is the one engineering the starvation. The starvation forcing them to attack each other, right? And that they control the cities? Jacoby nodded. He hated having to agree with Alex on this, but it wasn't the first time he'd seen a corporation strangle a population into submission. We need to hide it too. I expect the locals know how to proceed. If they've dealt with the tags before, but I expect the locals know how to proceed if they've dealt with the tags before, but remind them to wait until all the marauders are within the town proper. We don't want any of them turning around and calling out to let their handlers know we were ready for them. Alex nodded and spoke to Rig in Somalian. Rig eyed Jacoby with an expression he didn't recognize, but he could guess. Don't tell me how to do my job. If I'm going to do that, I don't think I need this. Don't tell me how to do my job. Jacoby found an empty building with a window facing the incoming attackers. The amateur had positioned themselves so the sun was in their face. It was still high enough it wouldn't be a problem, but it ensured they wouldn't be able to make out anyone looking out a window from within the darkened building. Jacoby counted a dozen attackers, more than double the last attack. They hadn't bought the accident Alex had manufactured. They decided there had been a proper defense and they were responding accordingly. He wished his trainees were better shooters with the number he had, and if they'd been accurate, they could have taken these people down before they reached the town and ensured no bystander got caught in the crossfire. Still, Alex and him had trained them, so they'd hold their own, and Jacoby was looking forward to a good fight. It had been a while now. And this concludes chapter 20 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me and get access to just about everything I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, this is going to be a long one, so... Okay. For Patreon. Huh? Let's go here. What is this? $48. Oh, I probably forgot. I probably used the title. Really? Where is it? Oh, right. They're on the... That's on the other drive. Fine. Wait, what? What? How is this bigger than any other files? I mean, worst comes to worst, it's going to serve as a template of sorts. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 56 allies. We are going up against 31 enemies. And we are off. White furiously is in first place. Sigma's in second. Mrs. Conroll was in third, but Nursing Geek takes over that. Let's see. White Furiously is still in first place. Sigma's in second. And Nursing Geek is in third. I like the icon, White Furiously. I do like it. And, yeah, it's a bit of a slow walk as there's a lot of unmoving units we need to kill. So now we just have to go get them, and you guys are all... So the rogues can't... Huh, interesting. I would have expected you guys to go after that, after those regardless, like, you know, last target kind of thing, but okay. Still, we've won. That's the important thing. White Furiously is in first place with 20 assists. Sigma OS in second place with 18. Nursing Geek is in third, 4 kill, 2 assist. We have Busters and Lancers, neither of which are currently being claimed. So, Styrox gets Lancers, Rixix get busted. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. And being on single still means it's time for my Lancer. And, yeah, let's go. Whoops. Well. I wanted to put myself at the edge, but I forgot. I missed it. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will do the last chapter for this morning. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 21 of Once Broken. Alex stayed far from the hover as he circled it, hoping the pilot would stay focused on what was happening in town. This hover was larger, but as with the previous attack, it was plain, the kind of thing vacationers rented to fly around from city to city, to take in the sights. The sensor array on those was set to look out for other vehicles not approaching people. He made out the woman in the seat through the large curved windshield, talking on a hand-comm unit, looking ahead, agitated. He had to get to her before the fighting in town turned so bad for her people she decided to call her boss. He wanted them to think this was just a bunch of lucky natives for as long as possible. He made it far enough for the windowless back of the hover to hide him, and he ran. Silently, he made his way to the open side, a knife in each hand. He heard the indistinct voices on the comm. They sounded annoyed, but not distressed. Good. They still thought they could win this. A peak showed her showed her, tense, come to her ear. Her clothing had the extra bulk of armor, but she didn't wear a helmet. Alex was inside his weight, making the hover shift, and she turned, drawing a bulky gun. She got off one shot before she was lined up with him. He felt the heat of the blast. Then his mono-edged knife sliced her throat open. Someone gasped behind him, and something clattered to the hover's floor. Alex spun through his bloody knife. A man cursed as the knife embedded itself in his chest. The woman next to him had her gun out, and Alex threw himself down and felt the blast over his back. He heard electronic sparks as he rolled to his feet. The close quarters gave him the advantage. She didn't have time to adjust, but one hit and he'd be dead. He grinned. One hit. That was all it took for her to end this. For Alex to be done with all of this. He sliced up the vibroblade, cutting through the gun. One hit she didn't get to make. She wrenched her hand before the knife was through the polycarbon material and it was pulled out. Yeah. She wrenched her hand before the knife was through the polycarbon. She wrenched. She wrenched the rifle before the knife was through the polycarbon material and it was pulled out of his hand. He grabbed the one at her belt and it was slicing her throat. Nope, sliding over the armored skin. He dropped it in disgust. What kind of merc had a plain polycarbon knife as her main one? He dodged the bludgeoning blow from what was left of her gun and pulled a mono edge from his harness, only to throw it at the downed but not dead man who was pulling out his gun. He pulled another one from the harness as the man died, pommel sticking out of his throat. The glow of this knife cast her pale skin an orange tint. She took a step back as he slashed at her arm. Burned lines appeared on the armor, but her flesh didn't show sign it had cut her. She smiled as she realized she was protected. Alex dropped the knife, pulled one that buzzed slightly as it activated. Her smile vanished. There was still no armor that could stop a vibroblade. She looked around for a way out, but she'd backed herself in a corner. By the time she decided she had to go through him to escape, he had the knife cutting through her chest, worn armor, armored flesh, bones, lungs, and a heart. She slumped against the wall, her eyes growing dull as she slid down. He turned and pulled the dead pilot out of her chair. With her letting out a last gurgle as she hit the floor. Alex listened to the network through the hover system. It was broadcasting. He brought up the command display and traced it. If there was someone at the other end listening to this live, things could become complicated. It ended a communication node which showed no other connections. He breathed easier. His reflex was to implode it, but he controlled it. Doing that would tell those behind the attack a coercionist was involved, something no native should know how to do. Coercion was involved, something no native should know how to do. He went through the content, not looking at what it was, but at when it had arrived. Intermittent connection over days indicated they'd been accessed. Indications they'd been accessed. Updates as they traveled. The only live connection began just before they were spotted. He erased it, removed all trace that had been made, then backed out, erasing his own presence. Now, when the Implorer connected, all he'd see was that there had been no update yet. Alex shut down the comm system, then wiped its buffer. In case there was a program hiding there he didn't have time to go looking for. He looked at the damage the blast had caused. The hole in the panel under the control board was still sparking. The comm system hadn't been hit, and neither was the command one, since he'd used both. He pulled the panel off and looked in. The parts that were important to a functional hover, the only parts he recognized, were intact. Power relays had been destroyed, but Tristan would have to look at them to tell what they affected. He found the tag in there, pulled it out, disconnected it, and considered what to do with it. They already knew where the hover was. The tag's location would be buried within the corporation system, along with every other tag on the planet. He couldn't get in there to remove it, not without this system as support. The hover might not be functional, and if it was, did he want to send it away? Did he want to cut himself from the net? If he didn't destroy it, they'd be able to tell the hover didn't move. They'd know the team had failed, same as if he destroyed it. Though at least then they might not work as hard at hiding their communication on the network. He threw the tag out the door and picked up the pilot's gun. One shot. And he shot the tag until the gun was out of power. There was a hole, a couple of feet deep, where the tag had been, and small pieces around it. He looked toward the town and saw an occasional flash of gunfire. The fighting had been winding down. Oh, I see. Never mind. Had to be winding down. Running there wouldn't do any good, so he searched the hover and its dead occupants. 2 rifles, a few knives, which he clipped to his belt. They had 2 cases of emergency medical kits. They'd expected to get hurt. A case of nutrient bar for the 15 of them, which was a month's worth. Either they liked to plan for the long term, or they'd intended to add a vacation to this trip. What he didn't find was a data pad. Who, in this day and age, didn't use a data pad? What were the odds that 15 people all didn't like them? Maybe whoever had hired the previous group realized one had gone missing. Alex had no way of knowing what the crash had looked like and what had survived. He didn't know what they thought the natives would do with them, even if someone was familiar with Datapad, didn't have a connection to the net. Voices made him look up. Jacoby, Rigerik, Janden, and Torbim were approaching. The Somalians looked happy, their fur splattered with blood. Jacoby looked serious, but not worried. I figured this is where I'd find you when I realized you weren't fighting with us. Jacoby looked at the bodies. Had your own problems, I see. How did the fighting go? Alex asked. We won, Jacoby Rigerik answered. We lost 2 of ours, but killed all of theirs, Jacoby added. It's a fair trade in my tally. Good. One of the bolt damaged some relays. You'll have to take a look at it to see how functional it is. So you're sending it away? Jacoby sounded disappointed. No point. They know this team reached their destination. I shut down their comms, so it's off the net, and I destroyed the tag. Their best guess will be that somehow the hover was destroyed in the attack. If we're lucky, they'll wait a while to give any survivor times to reach the town and contact them for a report. What we want to do is move this somewhere a satellite won't see it. For that, I need it to work. Jacoby lay on his back and pulled himself under the board. Won't having this within reach make it tough for you to resist the temptation to get on the net? I'm going to reconfigure this system's protocol. By the time it gets back to the network, no one will recognize it. He nodded to the Somalian and spoke in their language. Bodies rear. Then he had to search for how to tell them to take them out and bury them. Torbim grinned, her sharp teeth stained with blood, and spoke quickly, indicating Alex. Jenden commented, all too fast for Alex to make out. Rigerik chuckled. Rear? he said in standard, slapping his ass, or back. He said the word, which sounded close to what Alex had said. They're in the back. Alex gave up on Somalian. Take the dead and bury them. We don't want them found by satellite, or should someone come looking for them. The three of them entered the hover, each grabbing a body. Jacoby was looking at Alex from under the board, displeased. The fighting's over. You want to start butting prides again? Alex asked. Jacoby shook his head. Just be careful, Alex. You get too close to them, you start thinking of them before the real job, and things are going to get messy for everyone. I'm not getting close to them, Jacoby. I don't get close to anyone anymore. Jacoby didn't look convinced. I'll need my tools, but I can have this mobile within a couple of hours. Alex looked at the sky. Hopefully this is low priority enough. No one has a satellite pointing at us. I doubt losing a team is all that not noteworthy for a corporation. I expect we have a few weeks before anyone notices they haven't checked in. Someone checks the communication node at least once a day, based on what I saw there, but that doesn't mean he expects anything there, so you're probably right. Hopefully, that's going to be enough for us to mourn the dead. Us? Jacoby asked. Damn. Alex indicated the Somalians heading for the tree line. They just lost two of their friends. It's going to affect them. Affect them. Right. Jacoby studied. Jacoby was studying him. Alex sighed. This isn't about me. I don't care about any of them dying. All I care about is that we're going to be ready for the next attack. And if they're distraught, that's not going to help us. Right, because you need tech to... Tristan? Right, you need him to finish that stupid wall. Alex ignored the sarcasm. And that can't happen if the house is destroyed or the corporation has taken over the town. I doubt they're going to let me explain what Tristan is doing and why. You think they're going to care? Are they going to care that you believe some sort of primitive religious magic is going to cure your boyfriend? Let me think on that. No, you're right. I can't see how they'll allow that to continue when they have access to doctors who can do the job a lot better. You don't get it. Jacoby snorted. You think I didn't spend years making Landon to bring my dad back, my mom? What? You think those kind of beliefs only exist on primitive worlds? It takes a lot more than Space Gov or a corporation telling a world they aren't real to make people stop believing. But at some point, you wake up and realize that there's a reason they claim that. Because it's true. Superstitions don't speak of a time when things were better, when enlightened beings or things guided us. They're about a time when we didn't understand shit. So you're with Space Gov and there's nothing unexplainable in the universe. Yes. You're telling me that with all the travels you did before going groundside, you never saw anything that made you wonder if there isn't something more? Of course I did. But Alex, I didn't go and hang all my hopes on a cure for that. Jacoby stood. I understand what you're doing. Hoping for here. But you need to realize that I'm done talking about it. I told you, if you have enough and want to leave, do that. You can even take this hover. Just make sure it's destroyed when you get to your destination. Alex walked away from the hover. I told you I'm not leaving, Jacoby said in exasperation. Then get your tools and fix it so we can hide it. Alex headed to the town, ignoring Jacoby's grumbling. Good fight, Parton yelled from the edge of town, pulling two of the bodies away. Most of the bodies were already removed, and the mood was cheerier than Alex expected. Regerik returned with Torbem. Who died? Alex asked. Dupfair, and Sertandam, he answered. They fight well. Tomorrow we thank them. Thank? For fighting with us. Regerik searched for words. That's something in Somalian, but Alex shook his head. His vocabulary wasn't large enough to understand. Rigoric shrugged. Don't know how humans say it. It's okay. Alex looked around. I don't need to understand everything about your people. Rigoric canted his head. Human want to know everything. They come, they ask questions, they record and write. Sarta say they write it wrong, but they don't fix it when she corrects. They say that they say what they write is true. Alex nodded. The more he spoke with Sartos, the more he realized how much of what he'd read was wrong. I don't know why they do that, but I'm not recording anything, so you don't have to worry about me spreading lies. I'd just like to know enough so I can do my job properly. Save Torpas, Rigoric said. What's that? Someone indicated around them. Torpas. It took Alex a moment to work it out, and then he felt foolish. The town? Rigoric's ears said yes. Alex closed his eyes. Of course the town had a name. Now that you thought back on it, you'd even heard the name before. Just hadn't figured out what it meant. And it makes sense. Rigoric thought he was here to protect them. Alex wasn't sure what Tristan was doing. Wasn't sure what Tristan was doing registered with the Somalians. Could he have linked buildings? Could he have linked building the walls to getting a boon? He sighed. Sure, why not? Alex didn't feel like explaining things to him, and it wasn't going to alter anything if he did. They turned a corner, and Alex saw someone standing in a larger alley watching an area where blood had ended up on everything. With a curse, Alex ran. As he got closer, Alex saw Tristan was standing in the middle of the blood, but he didn't have any on him. He looked around, looked lost. His ears twitched. And he looked up, his confused face becoming a mask of anger. You kept this from me. Alex stopped well outside of Tristan's reach. Settle down. He kept his voice soft. No one was around, and Rigoric hadn't followed him, so this wouldn't escalate into another bloodbath. No, I could have helped. He motioned at the blood. I could have done that. I could have killed them. I want to kill them. Why won't you let me do that? Tristan shook from rage, and Alex chose his words carefully. You can't help, he said derisively. You can't do anything right now. You can't even build that damned wall. Tristan looked at him, stunned. Then he strode toward Alex. Alex didn't move when Tristan got close enough to hit him. He kept looking him in the eyes, kept the sneer on his face. He wanted this to be it. He hoped he had finally pushed it too far, that Tristan would break through whatever barrier kept him from striking Alex. From striking him. Tristan stared, shaking even harder, and finally roared. When it was all done, all Alex saw in his face was defeat. Tristan turned and sulked off. Alex slumped. It hadn't worked, and, of course, now Tristan would take his anger out on the wall, and he was going to have to start all over again. Brave, Rigoric said. Was it? Alex asked. Strong, dangerous, aggressor, always brave to stand up to one. Yes, he was. Alex watched Tristan vanish in the distance. He shook himself. Moping wouldn't help. Come on, let's go help with the cleanup. Rigoric canted his head, and Alex indicated the blood on the ground, the damaged building. The Somalian smiled. Later, time to give thanks first. Thanks for what? Alex asked, unsure what they had to be thankful for. All right, I don't normally do this, but this is Petey. He's one of the new tenants. Ah, da, 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 da. Ah, da, 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 da. Thanks for what? Alex demanded, unsure what they had to be thankful for. For winning. Rigerik led him to the town center where people were setting up tables on one side, putting food on them. On the other side, a group of Somalians were making music with instruments and their voice. The Somalians with injuries were seated in a comfortable looking the Somalians with injuries were seated in comfortable looking chairs and were seen to brought food, drinks, their injuries tended. Somalians danced before the musician, and those who had fought seemed to be the center of each dancing group. Food and drinks were offered to Alex with reverence. He ate some, but only drank non-alcoholic drinks. He stayed at the outskirt of the celebration, watching them, trying to figure them out. They shouldn't be partying. They should be getting ready for the next attack. The celebrant didn't seem to know what to do with Alex. They came to him, said a few words, gratitude by the tone, if he didn't always understand the words, and tried to get him to join in, confused by his refusal. That's when he noticed Orger, one of the injured fighter, on his chair, a woman seated on his lap, undulating on it. Alex looked away, only to see Torbim against the wall, two men with her, kissing her, nipping at her neck. One of the men dropped to his knees and moved between her legs. Alex looked away from them, and Parton had a man pressed against the wall, and they were grinding together. Elsewhere, everywhere he looked, there they were, in pairs or more, doing more than snuggling. Whatever usually made them seek privacy when engaging in those acts didn't seem to be in effect now. Alex knew this wasn't about him. He was rational enough to know it would have happened without him being present, but it still felt like they were rubbing his nose in what he couldn't have. Rigerik broke from a man and woman who'd been pressing against him and joined Alex. You okay? Alex kept his eyes on Rigerik's face. He got a glimpse of his excitement, and that had been plenty. I'm fine. Rigerik stepped closer, and Alex became aware of how much heat he generated. Was reminded of the few times he got to feel that kind of heat against him. Don't be alone. You fought. Come dance. Come celebrate. He took Alex's hand and pulled gently. Alex's tan was now darker than his sandy fur. Alex untangled his hand. It's okay. Rigerik studied him. Then I stay with you. He ran a finger up Alex's arm, claw barely out. Alex's breath caught, and he pulled his arm away. What's wrong? Nothing. It's not that. Alex ran a hand over his arm, remembering Tristan's claws on it, never breaking skin but leaving trails. The memory was enough to make him shiver with need. Strong, brave. Rigerik's voice was soft, and Alex looked into deep, coppery brown eyes. He'd avoided looking at him after that first time, saw the desire in them. Alex felt the hand on his cheek and found he was leaning into it. He jerked away, fought every instinct that told him to throw himself at the Somalian, throw him to the ground and make use of that visible excitement. He placed both hands on Rigerik's chest, his fingers sinking into the soft but thick sandy fur, and pushed him away gently. I can't do this. I'm sorry. Not strong enough for you? Rigerik's tone wasn't pleading. Alex felt like he was asking what he could do to make Alex want him. That isn't it. It isn't about you. Alex stepped away. It's about me. I'm not someone you could. I'm Tristan's. I'm sorry. He walked away from Rigerik, from the celebration, from the town. It was full dark by the time he reached the house, and when he stopped, he could only barely make out Tristan in the distance. He was back at the start, working on the first row of stone. I need you, Alex whispered, and his chest tightened, making his words sound pained. He thought Tristan stiffened, but then he was back to placing stones down. Alex headed for the hover, but walked past it. Jacoby was in there, and Alex didn't want to be around anyone if he couldn't be close to Tristan. He found a comfortable spot in the grass near the trees and stretched out, looking at the starry sky, and imagined it was Tristan's fur over him and about to lie on top of him. And that concludes chapter 21 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the other books in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me and get access to just about everything I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, so okay, these are done. Let's start this. Oh, hey, Onati-kun, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. Okay, Dungeon Runner. Actually, let's do that. I need... No, pretty sure I did it. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 52 allies. We are going up against 43 enemies. And we are off with Tammy Cutie making a beeline for some towers. Mope is in first place. Q is Create is in third as Silver takes over first. Mope is now in second. Silver the Diamond Witch is in first. Onati-kun is in second. Q is Creates is in third. As we are heading ever so slowly for the Tesla tower. The Tesla turret. And yeah, it's just going to be a question of destroying it to win the battle. And there it goes. Sergeant K Dog destroyed the turret. Silver the Diamond Witch and Jennymon are both tied in first place with 7 kills. Onati-kun is in second place with 5 assists. Mope is in third with 2 kills, 2 assists. We have gold 3 times. Do we have the Lady Lights? And Onati-kun, yes, yes, yes. And how about a bluer, a Dr. Derp? Then bluer Shwee. There we go. And the Centurions are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Corn Red gets gold. I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets the Centurions. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. Still on singles means it is time for my lion. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, that is done. Okay, that needs that. That's why we're going to buy stuff, because it's not 7th. It's the week after that. Okay. right. That's done. Deleted. Okay. Short of short of having screwed up, I am good. Oh. Really gonna tell me that it's not in here? I made one for the regular text. Where the hell is it? I mean, actually, no, I'm overcomplicating this for nothing. At this point, it's simpler to just go like that. When it did in one document, that would have been, well, that would have been the time to do that also. Doesn't matter. He ran out of memory. I will find that out this afternoon, but I think that I have just hit a plateau with Patreon. Which will make things interesting if that is the case. Oh, little thing. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 74 allies. We are going up against 35 enemies. And Sigma takes the lead. White Furiously is in second. Thorolk is in third. Nursing Geek killed one of the power-ups. Sigma maintains the lead. Oh, wait, no. White Furiously was in first for a few seconds. Sigma's now in first again. White Furiously is in second. Thorolk is in third. And we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 28 assists. White Furiously is in second place, 25 assists. Genimon and Thorolk are in third with 13 assists each. We have gold. Do we have The Lady Writes, a Dr. Derp, about a bluer. Oh, bluer is not there, and Onati-kun is not there either. Gold is up for grabs, and the Saints are not currently claimed by anyone. So Dr. Seb, QS Creates, and Madman all get gold. Bunchos and Shadowseer get sainted. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss. And Singles makes this my Lancer again, so this time we're going to go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, I will take lunch now. I will do my best to be back in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all. Wait, need to do a little thing. When I get back from lunch. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 77 allies. We are going up against 20 enemies. And we are off with Blue Swede in the lead. Sigma's in second. Gutsy Cat is in third, but Styrox takes over third. Sigma's in first place. Blue Swede is in second. Styrox is in third. And looks like we are getting some people. Well, they're okay. They are getting hurt. But maybe they'll make it. We've got healers around. Oh, and the mass is coming along, and we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is tied with Bluer Swede in first place with 12 assists. Tammy Cutie is in second place, 2 assists. Styrox and Beaming Facepalm are in third place, 1 kill, 1 assist each. We have a fairy. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope, no reliable battle within this battle. Vampire, well, that's the reliable battle's backup, and nobody wants the barbarians at this time. So, Haley and Silver the Diamond Witch, you get vampires. Nasty Birdie, Spider, you get barbarians. And hybrids, you get fairies. And we get to go against the boss battle. We get to go for the boss battle. Still on singles means I am going healing on this one. And we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 72 allies. We are going up against 56 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in the lead. Tuliadub is in second. Lucifer is in third. Starox takes over third. Tuliadub is in second. Fuzzy Otterpaws takes over third. Silver's Fuzzy's back in third. Sigma is comfortably in first place. Tuliadub is in second. Silver is now in second. Tuliadub is in third. And, well, I guess we're about to be done. There we go. That is done. What is left? Nothing. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 32 assist. Tuliadub is in second place, 14 kill. Salazar made it to third, 10 kill, 2 assist. We have flying rogues. Do we have a blue or Swede in the battle? We do. We have shinobis and musketeers, neither of which are currently being claimed. Chibre Lucifer get shinobis. Shaka and Fuzzy Otterpaws get musketeers. And we move on to the next map, where we will take the low road to the boss again. And we start with an easy battle. On the way to the boss. Singles means it's time for my Lancer. And half an hour to see how this turns out. I need to make a change. Oh, right. Actually, I need to make a further change because I don't actually have a title for this at this point. Bring this like. There we go. Just fits. All right. And all right. So how do I open this? Like, I know where they are. I know what's going on. I know the one detail I want there. So this is a okay. Actually, what kind of vehicle are they in? It is not a car, because they're basically living out of this. Well, I need. Alright, what kind of vehicle could it be? Oh boy, that is. That is not what. I mean, okay, so let's. I mean, yeah, clearly what I'm envisioning is something older, something a minivan from the 70s, basically. But There we go. That's the one I'm envisioning. Oh, do I put them in a Winnebago? Huh. I mean, there are, like... Oh, that's nice. This is not what I was asking. Motor. Oh, right. Oh, right. I can give them a converted U-Hauler.
Thank you for visiting Blitzen RV and for the opportunity to
Oh, right. I'll get used to it. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 68 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. And Thorolk is in first place. Sigma takes that over. Thorolk is back in first place. Sigma's in second. White Furiously is in third. And let's see. Toriko's in first, Sigma's in second, Fuzzy Other Paws is in third, and we are down to... Oh, there they are. No enemies. We've won. Thorolk is in first place with 18 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 17 assists. Fuzzy Other Paws is in third. 6 skill, 7 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? A Dr. Derp. A bluer Swede. Okay. And Onatikun. Well, Onatikun, you get the gold. We have vampires. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No. No reliable battle within this battle. And then barbarians are not wanted by anyone. So... Etir gets vampires. Dub gets barbarians. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the boss. And singles means it's time for my lion. No lying around, just go bash everything. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And welcome to the stream, Master Blake. Master Blake. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you very much. You looked into the chat. Seems it's either the thing you sent me last night or Restream, because Restream has a separate chat app. Yeah, Restream is a full... well, I mean, unless Restream has a standalone chat app. Like, if they have a standalone chat app, I'm kind of cool with that. Yeah, messaging for multiple platform on one screen. Okay, that's... Yep, I'm on their page. Okay, that's not gonna work because it's gonna require me getting... All right, so I still need to create an account first and foremost. Okay. No, I'm not doing that. Don't go subtly. It's limited to only 2 platforms. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. For now, for at this time, 2 is all I need. Ah, and I have to pay for it. Unless there's a, yeah. I do not see a free plan on this. Really? Well, if that is the case, they do not have that well set up because as soon as I create my account, they go set up your plan, and there's nothing free in the options. Well, I don't have an options to not set up plans. Like oh wait, okay, never mind. I can close it. Okay. The closing button was hidden was wider than my screen. That's why. Okay, got it. So, well, I mean, they Whoa, what the hell? Um, as I'm started moving the window, I must have jiggled my cursor a little bit, and it wiped my screen like it does. I just, I wasn't planning about it, so it caught me by surprise. Which one is this here? Would really be nice if you told me. Ah, there we are. Okay, that confirms. Okay, if I'm going to do this, I need to make changes. I need to grab you and move you to a different here. Oh, right. Ta, 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 ta. Okay. Now, okay, well, it is working for the Twitch. I am not seeing it. I'm not seeing YouTube. Oh, no, that's Twitch again. Keep the icon on Restream? I mean, both say that they're on. Actually, no, this seems to show that... No, yeah, okay, I know which icon you mean now, and it is... Oh, well... Actually, maybe I need to... I think I know what happened. Let me... No, it still shows that Restream is offline. Sorry, that YouTube is offline. I'll be right back. Yeah, I cannot... On the app, if you look at it, it's grayed out the Tiger rights, which would imply that the channel, the chat isn't working. And I don't know. Well, in that case, that's going to have to wait until my writing's done. But thank you very much for finding this. Shown to the grid, I think, because in the end of the year, you'll probably return to streaming. Chat, that works. Yeah. I mean, like, the video that you linked me will almost certainly have the solution. It's just like, I need to I need to get my writing done. I finish an illustration that you've started like a whole year ago. Well, do you want to get to it now? You're working on it now. Cool. You know what the problem is? Cool. Okay. Please tell me that. I hope that's not something I need to do every time because that's going to be very tiresome. Oh, and that's going to have to be on the website. Yep. Okay. Cool. Now, like, yeah, okay. Right now, the only potential downside I see to this is if I have to create a new event every day. Because that's gonna get tiresome rather quickly. Uh, yes, but if I need to connect that every day, it's an extra step. Every step that I need to take is something that I have the potential of forgetting. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 66 allies. We are going up against 63 enemies, and we are off with Sigma in the lead. Spring is in second. Salazar was in third. Dr. Derp jumps in second place. Spring is now in third. Sigma is in first. Dr. Derp is in second. Spring maintains the third, and where are we? 9 enemies are. We're winning this. Sigma's in first, Dr. Derp is in second, Spring is in third, and we are soon to be done. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place with 14 assists. Dr. Derp is in second place with 13 kill, and Spring 7 is in third place, 3 kill, 9 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady rights? How about a Dr. Derp? There's the doctor. Then we have Bosters and Archers, neither of which are currently being claimed. So, Xerix gets the Archers, Shibre gets the Busters. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. And singles means it is time for my Lancer, and we're gonna go here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Well, I do name it, I do change it every day. I do name it because of what I'm, what I'll be working on. But like I said, it's just, I will definitely give this a try. Like one window I definitely like. Um, I am. Okay, I don't like that I can't change the colors. No, and you know what? Again, like that's fine. Like again, thank you very much for finding this. I will definitely. No, like I. There's one more where you can. No. Cool. Well, if you come across it and it works, I will definitely give it a try. And I need tomorrow, if the Lady Writes is streaming, I will check something with her. Because I think she tried restream as the OBS and she didn't like it. I'm not certain on that one. All right, I need to adjust something before I forget. And now I have set it to open by itself. Unless I screwed something up, which I'll find out tomorrow. Ah, right, new file. I think that's it. Killing that. Ah, yeah. That would be on my side, most probably. Um, I have a my Bluetooth trackball tends to disconnect to save the battery power. So you know, that was because you had to clean it today with alcohol. Ah. Well, yeah. So being careful with it with your devices is a good thing. I have a bad habit of being careless with mine, and it's not on purpose. I tend to forget that things exist. So I'll be moving about and I literally bash something that's there. You know, seconds, minutes after I've used it. Speaking of bashing, months ago you worked for some people editing videos and they wanted the impossible. And then went to sleep. The moment you got up from the bed, you fell over a tip. Ouch. You should not hurt yourself that way. If they want the impossible, they should not you should not be trying to achieve it. You should be, you should tell them this is what I can do. If you're not happy with it, too bad. But, clearly I'm not aware of the situation. You may not have been in the situation to tell them no. But driving a truck for a living, I learned that killing myself was not part of the job. Because I worked for a couple of companies that claimed one thing and then had us try to get us to act in a different way. They got away with it for me for the first year because I didn't have the experience, and then when I switched company, no other company ever got away. If if they if I they told me to do something that couldn't be done, I told them, and if they weren't happy with it, I went, well, you know what, give the load to somebody else. Yeah, and the trick is to not let them. Now, granted, trucking, once I had the experience, I also had an advantage in that, you know, there's always a shortage of drivers. So I could tell the company, well, you know what, I'm going to go work for somebody else, and I would find work. But yeah, when I was training new drivers, the first thing I told them is you're going to need to learn to tell no, the company no, or they're going to walk all over you. Hmm. Yeah, they don't see it that way, unfortunately. We're employees. How could we know anything about how to do our jobs? Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 135 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Satoru's in second. Salazar is in third. Um, Well, they're already under our numbers, so that's good. Sigma is still in first place. Satoru is in second. Silver the Diamond Witch is now in third. And we're down to under a dozen enemies. We're down to 3. And we're down to none. We have 1. Sigma OS is in first place, 11 kill, 28 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place with 29 kill. Satoru is in third, 15 kill, 8 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope. No reliable battle within this battle. Centurion and healers are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Silver the Diamond Witch has been healed. Devon, you get fairies. Spring 7 gets Centurions. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the boss. And it is past 2, so I guess we're not getting an event today. Alrighty, so time for the ferry. And you know what, let's just start here. Hi. And it is time for me to check in with the shop, where anything not level 30 is getting purchased. Oh. And I'm above 20k, I get a refresh. I was above 25 this morning. And no scrolls this afternoon. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Checking in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 gets purchased. There's only one thing left, and I get 4 refresh. There's one, number 3, number 4. Yes, Natalie, you're going to bed because your eyes are closing. All right, well, sleep well. Thank you very much for dropping by and keeping me company. Hmm. Right. Da. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 68 allies. We're going up against 94 enemies. So let's see how this turns out. Cutsy Cat was in first. Sigma's now in first place. Dr. Derp is in second. Helpful Onion is in second place. Helpful Onion's back in second place. Nursing Geek is in third. We've already destroyed 2/4 of the enemies. Sigma's in first. Helpful Onion's in second. Nursing Geek is in third. And, ooh, these guys are a little tougher. But we're still around. What did I don't even remember what. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, okay. I'm high enough. Oh, only assist. So that was a healer. And we're down to the turrets, which means we're done. We just have to get there and deal with them. Two left. One left. And we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 14 kill, 1 assist. Alexi is in second place, 3 kill, 8 assist. And Helpful Onion is in third place with 10 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about a bluer Swede? And Onati-kun? A Dr. Derp. And then we have Busters and Tanks, neither of which are currently being claimed by anyone. So Dr. Seb must be a friend of Dr. Derp. And Enemiek Andy get busted. Arkanu has been tanked. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss as the last battle of the day. And it is time for my Lancer. Alrighty. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. If not, okay. I guess not. Hello, fanfictioneer. Welcome to the street. The stream. Enjoy your lurk. Hey, James. Uh... That's going to be a problem. That's going to be low. Welcome back, fanfictioneer. How are you doing today? What have you been up to? Indeed, it has. Such is the nature of such is the nature of time. It passes. You've been busy. Hopefully it's a good kind of busy. You're on volume 2, chapter 3 of your series. Fixed up your writer's block. Now you're unintentionally starting an original cycle. Choose your own adventure. That's like D&D, but completely different and unique. Very cool. I am not going to try to work out what that first abbreviation is. But I am glad that you fixed your writer's block. Aibasha, yeah, but it's gotta mean something. Oh, I see. Damn it. An isekai. Okay, got it. Isekai. Yeah. It's already got 3 members uh, on your on a support site or somewhere else. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 70 allies. We are going up against 51 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Nursing Geek is in second. Duck Seb is in third. I think the Doctors fought for third place, but Duck Seb is back there. Salazar takes over third. Nursing Geek takes over first. Sigma OS is in second. Salazar is in third. Leave our fairies alone. Dr. Derp is now in third place. Sigma OS is in second. Nursing Geek is in first. And we're about to be done. There we go. We are done. Nursing Geek is in first place, 1 kill, 16 assist. Sigma OS is in second place with 15 kills. 15 assists. And Dr. Derp is in third place, 1 kill, 11 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about an O Natikun? Then a Dr. Derp. There's the Dr. Derp. Then we have Musketeer. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a Bluer Swede? There we go. Bluer gets their backup. No, wait. It's no longer... Never mind. Right. Bluer is no longer backing... getting the Musketeers their backup. And do we have a reliable battle within this battle? We do not. So, Enemy Akandi gets the Vampires and Cutsy Cat gets the Musketeers. And this brings the battling to an end for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for an easy battle. And we will head to the boss. I hope to see you then. You are welcome, Dr. Derp. And your clock has been updated. So audition when you opened your soundboard and started using text-to-speech in a comical manner alongside ambient background music. And they loved it so much, which with all the immersive sound, that you're going to make an actual series. Very cool. Well, I hope you have fun doing it and that it is a success. But now, with my writing being done, I will bring the day to an end with a raid to Sable, as guided by James. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by, for keeping me company, for providing the assistance in the Stream Raider battle. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be I will be working on Breaking Step, and in the afternoon, Inner Discord. You design your ORC, the system voice, you have a link to its design. Very cool. Yes, my day is over. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives.